Wind is kinda bad. I gotta stop using this 30-30, at least until they fix the iron sights. Hey, what's happening, viewer? Hopefully you're having a great day. Feel free to chat with me or ask me any questions or not. Totally up to you. If you stick around though, you might see something cool. And if you do stick around and you do see something cool, if you wouldn't mind throwing me a sub, that would be cool as well. So right now we're just jumping into the hunt in progress. The wind is kind of bad. You can tell the wind direction with no HUD by particles, but right now there's no particles, but I already know that it's blowing. to the southeast. That's interesting. Maybe I should try to follow that old blood marker from something that got away. Nah. Not gonna track something old. I didn't even see the next blood spot anyways, so. So you know I'm using iron sights on a 30-30, so the effective range is piddly at best. And currently in the game, iron sights look like this. So, yeah, really not very good. Super ineffective, just the way I like it. Ineffective. So, we're basically just gonna do the south grasslands. I'm gonna hug this side because I know the wind's kind of going this way. We're gonna try to spot some animals here. It's 14:50. No, that's not right. 15:15. So it's a bit late in the day. There's calls from animals over here. I'm not gonna go for those though. I want to try to get something over here. A lot of the animals leave this area at around this time, but there should be another group. Should be some groups still in the location. And hopefully, once I get a little bit deeper here, it'll become apparent when I hear a call, but currently it's looking pretty beautiful day. Clear skies, a few clouds, nice and sunny. Feel like animal visibility is reduced in the sun. I don't know if that's true. I'm just going to tell myself that that's the case, because they seem to be more look happy when it's cloudy. I want to begin wrapping around now to the west. Got to be really careful of stuff like this. Very easy to have animals just chilling there and you don't see them. Even if I do spook something, it's not the end of the world. I can track them from there and re-engage and intercept them. But ideally, I'd rather spot them first. Of course. There could be some hunting pressure applied here because this is where I call a lot of animals, so it could also be that. But I'm thinking that it's more time of day. But I'm sure if I keep looking, I'll find something. And then the real fun begins, because I have to get within 50 meters of it to be able to shoot it with the iron sights. And then I have to make sure the shot's actually good, because it's really easy to not get a kill with a 30-30. To maim the animal. Still kind of not really. I have to wrap back around this way. I mean, that's way over here. I guess maybe I'll start wrapping around. I'm not hearing any calls from animals down this end. Head back up the river here and I'm surprised this area has nothing though. I can't say I've come down here and seen nothing very often. I mean, fix my elk, whitetail, and muleys. As you can see, there's usually stuff down here. Doesn't really do it justice either. Usually there's quite a few whitetail, mainly whitetail down here. There's not usually mule, elk, and then there's further east there's wolves. I've gotten to the point where I've culled a lot of really crappy animals, so it's hard to get them to come into the collar. And even if you do get them to come into the collar, it's not really ideal because they don't really come close enough. They come just into the tip of the range that I need them to be in, and the problem is they'll turn around and go back to their herd and run away back to their herd. And when they do that, it kind of resets the whole process. It's much better if I just ninja right up to the herd without calling. And like I said, a lot of them aren't responding to low fitness because there isn't really any low fitness left. I'm really shocked that I haven't found nothing. Okay, there's a call this way, so I guess I'll head this way. Animal calls, animal calls get more accurate the closer you get to them. I don't know why nobody talks to me. Send me a message. Ask me a question about the game. Ask me if I like the game. Ask me anything. Personally, I think the game is trash. And I'll never play it again. That's why I've been playing it since launch. It's so bad. So bad it's good. Not really getting too many particles to update me on the wind. It's okay though. This is hunting, sometimes you just don't see nothing. I mean, if you went to your water hole, then you'd just be sitting there looking at the water hole. I'd rather move. That's that other animal call over there. We're gonna ignore that one. There you go. I found you, I found you. Sprinting is always bad. Do not advise. are on the move. Moving fast. That's a pretty big herd. Can I get some particles so I can see the wind? I can tell if they're whitetail or mule deer. I think they're whitetail. I'm going to start crouch walking now. I'm going to try to keep tabs on where they're at. It's getting kind of close. And water is the bane of sneaking. That reason right there. I think I'm going to start to actually really begin stealth movement. Get away from this water so I can hear. And what we're going to listen for is branches snapping. The things that we want to hear the most so we can pinpoint. Show my zeros on 50. Also, I don't know why it's showing me the ammo. I don't want a HUD. If I wanted a HUD, I wouldn't be playing on no HUD mode. Super annoying. I wish they'd make a noise so I could hear them. Yeah, I hear them ahead of me. Should be able to melt through this bush ahead. I think I am going to use a collar just to try to get them to come a little bit closer, at least make some noise. Push my luck a little bit. Since I don't hear their feet at all. Correction, I hear their feet now. The name of the game is patience. Because if you don't have patience, you can't be doing this type of hunting. You absolutely need to have patience. The moment I get impatient is the moment I make a mistake. And this is less than ideal because I can't see them. I can only hear them every once in a while make noise through the forest. I'm unsure of the wind direction. I'm assuming it's still to the south. I could cheat and look at the map, but I don't want to cheat and look at the map. I'd rather have a tell in the game tell me. Okay, I hear their feet now, so I know that I'm getting closer. Be careful of these trees, they will put my gun down. Also got to be really careful because there could be something to the left and right of me and I might not even see it. Yeah, I'm being a little impatient now, but of course now I get a call out in the open to the behind me. Made a little bit of noise there, but one of the hardest things to do is get them when they're in these forested areas. It's hard because these guys are still moving. I should really try to start going around and coming at them the way that their direction, like they're going, would be the most ideal way to approach these situations instead of going in perpendicular or behind them. But if I can get my speed just right, I might be able to come up behind them too. Increasing my speed a little bit. I am going to look at my map just because I want to see if there's a zone nearby that I'm near. So they're up that way. Speed zone. Okay, super close. I hear feet. At this point, I have to go extra slow. Somewhere this direction. A bit high on it. Need to be lower. It's too close. I gotta learn to aim lower with the iron sights at that range, especially. So I'm gonna wait a sec before I go over. I'm gonna take note of in my head of where I heard them run to, just so I get a general idea. Come over here slowly. I don't want to make a bunch of noise. I want to try to make it so that it beds down. So that looks like a pretty god-awful shot. That looks like a pretty bad shot. So I know it's on the edge by a big white tree. Take mental note of it, because once you leave, you may not be able to find the spot again. I feel like it was such a lousy shot that it's going to get away. Kind of choked. Kind of choked. I mean, it's a work in progress, right? Like, I need to get used to using the iron sights and get the range down and stuff, right? So I know he ran up this way and he ran pretty quick, like he wasn't all that hurt. You can try to jump some blood spots, but there you go. Oh, he's bleeding a little bit better than I thought he would be. Not bleeding much. Not bleeding as much as I would hope for. No pink, you know what I mean? So it's like, no, I didn't get his lungs. If I got his lungs, it's not a really good hit. I mean, here's the tricky part. If I leave this spot, there's no guarantee that I'll find it again. I'm going to start probing. Out from it. In the hopes of skipping a blood spot or Getting the next one. Right, so not much luck there. Right, here's the thing now, where'd the blood spot go, right? Where's this, the original white tree? Hard to say. And then the blood could disappear, and then if the blood disappears, well, like, oh, shit, what do I do if the blood disappears and I don't realize? I'll be looking forever, right? So we're gonna try going up a little bit further. And this is the best case scenario too. It's on the edge of the tree line, so kind of a little easier to find if I leave it. Like I said, it's not a good shot, so the solution to that is just make a better shot, right? Like too high up. I'm using a 30-30. I absolutely 100% need to hit it in the right spot. If I don't hit it in the right spot, and it's going to be a name or one of these trails that are like lost animal, right? Like I almost don't want to even attempt to track it because I don't believe that I got it, right? Come right down to it, I don't believe I killed that animal. Like it's probably gone, probably maimed. And you might be like, well, why are you using 30-30? And that's a really good question. 30-30 is the only one with reasonable sights. The 223 has great sights, but it's a 223. And this is probably that herd. One that might even be the one that I mean. I need to investigate up here anyways. I should be looking for the tracks further, to be honest. Not tracks, need zones. Max! Sorry about that, I had to step away. Let's take a look at the Discord. Yeah, I don't really get why the Discord doesn't have any PC. There are only PC players, no console players. Seems odd to me. I already got rid of that. I should have got rid of the moose collar. Technically, I'm not in the lowland forest anymore, and I think I might. I don't really want to blame the 30-30 when I made a bad shot. Though. I mean, there's no doubt about it that it's a little underpowered. But do I really want to use the? Use the 308. What's the 308 sights? I'm getting close enough that I should be able to use the 308s. Hey, hold on. I'll help you. Yeah, I'll get you some paper in a sec. Just let Dad get the 308 in his inventory. Can't remember what it's called. Monoblock? Yeah, it's monoblock. Okay, I'm coming. Yeah, I can use the 308. Okay, let's go get you some paper. Paper, 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 paper. See how tall Dad is? See how tall Dad is to get that paper from that top shelf? Must be amazing to you to see how far I can reach. So I'm gonna go training range. Let's actually change the time. I'm gonna sleep for a change. The guy must be tired from hunting 2 nights in a row. Go extra early. Should have went 6:25. I wanted 6:25. Oops. Enough. So we are gonna go take a look at the range here. This is well beyond the range that I want to take my shots, so let's see if I can even hit it. Okay, so I need to aim lower. Now you can see how inaccurate this thing is. Right next to the other one. So ideally I want to be about whatever this is. I want 25 meters is what I want. So this is 34. Let's try to get within 30 meters of something. If I'm 30 meters within something, can I hit it? So I really gotta belly. It'll be 30 meters and then, oh yeah, okay. Whew, okay. Good shooting, Tex. Now, in the field, will I be able to replicate that? Probably not. But if I hit something, even if I miss, it's gonna at least inflict enough damage to probably put the deer down. I'm gonna ignore that group because I spooked it anyways. Is there a way to get rid of my HUD? Bring out my binocs and hold it, and switch to collar. Hold it, get rid of it. Oh, it just keeps coming back. Worst sights I ever seen in my life. I mean, it because the mount for a sight, it's not even a sight. Direction is the wind. I wish there was a little bit more information on which way the wind's going in no HUD. This isn't any particles being kicked up. I mean, if I look at the plans, I believe it's going. It's going northeast. Is it though? No, it's going the opposite of what I thought. Southwest. Pull them drawers up. Son with his underwear is down around his ankles. Sound better. Max, what are you doing? I heard a noise. If anybody's there, say that you're there so that I know that you're there. So I know when to start. And if nobody's there, then nobody's going to say anything. That's fine. I'll just go back to hunting. That's like I dropped a subscriber. No matter how good content I produce, it won't matter. There's always going to be one person that unsubscribes for every person that subscribes. Or somebody like, I don't like his attitude. I unsubscribe because he's a dickhead. And then another person be like, I like the way this guy operates. So I subscribe. Can't please everybody. Notorious Ninja. Might have to change my name. Might have to change my name. I have to see if... Tell me you're watching. Let's get our next victim. Time is in the game. Wind's bad. I'm gonna go down here instead. Just because the wind was bad. It'd be a little harder to find some animals though. Heard a call, I'm gonna ignoring it. Hopefully my mic isn't muted, I better check. Yeah, if you're watching talking live chat, like don't talk in Discord, because on live chat I actually see it and hear it in on my PlayStation. Like I can't really do both. I can't really look at my phone. It's hilarious that people think that I'm an exploiter or that it's not intentional. It's 100% intentional. And when the dev says, "Oh, that's not right," he's probably more or less talking about the visual. Okay, I just heard some. Hold on a second. I gotta check on my son. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Yeah, they're probably talking about some other aspect, not the fact that you can sneak. Like, I mean, sneaking is part of the game. You might tune the meshes or something to create more noise so that you have to be on certain ones or something. Like, and if that's the case, shit, I should have stopped moving. Okay, this is perfect, actually. I stopped just in time because they would have heard me if I would have kept moving. Right before I went to check on my son, I did hear a bleat from a doe. And if you can hear bleats from a doe, you're within 150 meters, roughly, like 200 to 150 meters. You can hear doe bleats. Let me make sure my zero's on 50. So pretty much just move up. It should get me to about, I don't know, at least 75. Under 100 meters at least. We won't say 75, but it'll get me under. Now, the thing about it is, it's slow. You got to have a lot of patience, and the thing about it is, if they're moving a direction, either because they smell you and they start moving because of that, or if they're just happen to be moving a different direction or away from you, like you literally cannot close the distance. So it's like, it's situational, right? Like you have to be really patient, but also like really set it up for success. So the key thing to take away from this is that you can hear, you can basically just walk normal to about 175 meters, 150 meters. Once you're there, you can actually hear doe bleats and other things that you wouldn't normally hear. When you get in under 100 meters, or maybe a little bit closer than that, I'd say about 100, maybe between 80 and 100, you can actually hear other things. Like you'll hear, hopefully eventually, if they keep coming this way, you'll hear them, like a branch snap. And so the idea is that you're quieter than they are, so they can't hear what you're doing, but you can hear what they're doing, because they're just doing their thing. They're not really caring. They don't think any predators around. And so right there's a tree branch. So I know that they're in here. So now that I could hear that sound cue, I know that I'm zeroed in on them. I'm heading right for them. I am kind of pushing my luck still a little bit, because this is not the best case scenario, because I can't really see them, right? So they could be right there. They could be, 40 meters behind this thing that I'm looking at. So I'm not 100% sure. I mean, it is what it is. You can't do this through trees because it'll put your gun down, but you can do it through bushes. And again, that's intentional, because the reason that you can do this is because if you couldn't do this, there would be no way to approach a tree line without spooking the animals. And initially, when I first started playing the game, I thought that it was just impossible. I mean, everything's spooking so easy, and you can't even get close to them. To even if they're in a tree line, then you're basically doomed. Again, I guess you have to wait for them. You can do this through a forest. You can do this anywhere. And I'll explain after I do it exactly what I'm doing, because you may go and try and do it and be like, I don't get it. It's not working. It looks like I'm doing one thing, but I'm actually doing another, And again, I make it look easy. It's not actually. It's harder to do it than it is to not do it, if that makes any sense. And it also is very tiring. And it's not because of. It is because of repetition, but it's not because of the repetition that you probably think it is. Because these are trees, I kind of have to swing around it, unfortunately. I might have a lot of background noise. So we know we're really close to the doe because we just heard it bleat, and it's literally right here. And when I'm hunting in the forest, I literally will move very, very slowly and listen is what I do. That's the ninja, right? You have to be patient. You can't just run through the woods. If you run through the woods, things are going to hear you first. You're never going to know that they're there, or you're going to know that they're there because you're going to hear them spook and run away, right? So patience is the name of the game. Hunting is being quiet, being patient. And staying still is the quietest thing you can do, but staying still doesn't comb much area. You only have a very small bubble around you. But if you're moving, you're covering a lot more ground. You're going to find animals a lot easier than just staying still, with the exception of sleep spamming and doing watering holes or something. Hold on one sec. I got to help my son. I should be okay right here anyways. Someone's gonna walk up on me anyways. Hold on one sec, Max. For crying out loud. There you go. So there's Mr. Hurd. And the fact that some people think this is an exploit is just like, I hate to say it, but like, get good, scrub. You're a pleb. You're a fucking horrible, horrible, horrible idiot if you actually think this is an exploit. It's 100% part of hunting. I got to within 10 meters of a deer in real life. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. Go sit in your stand. Stop whining about something that I could get closer, but I'm not gonna. I mean, I think I demonstrated it enough. I'm gonna try for a shot here, which is going to be really tricky because this is not really even a sight. It's more like a mount for a sight, I think. think that was a good enough kill though. Normally I would wait. I'm on no HUD with no tracking marks, so normally I will wait to try to see if he'll lay down, but I think that he's hurt bad enough that it won't matter. Like, I could have got closer. I probably could have did, like, you know, I don't know, maybe 15, 20 meters, or maybe if I got lucky, a little bit closer. But, I mean, honestly, getting that close is flexing. It's just being a dipshit. Probably shouldn't have killed this one. It's probably young. Oh, it was immature. It was a good call. So I'm happy with that. I mean, I'm just kind of just shooting whatever I see. So I figured either it was a young or a call. Okay, so now that I showed you, I'll go over it, right? Okay, so you got normal walking, right? You got your crouch walking. I want you to listen to my feet. The important thing is that you listen to the feet, right? You hear the scuffs, you hear the stuff, right? So then you have, like, you know, the crouch walking. You got the crouch sneaking. Right? And then there's other things that some people have already figured out on the PC side of things, that you get certain bonuses, like collar works to a certain range. You can probably get within 100 meters. This is pretty much as good as unless there's somebody working that I know on PC that's trying to work out if you can actually do it on a keyboard. But I'll just go ahead and say, if you're on PC, my belief is that it's impossible to do it on a keyboard, because it's a digital button. It's either on or off. There's no in between. Analog axis will give you more control over your speed and your velocity, and that's by design, not necessarily. It's a keyboard limitation. It's not a gameplay limitation. You know what I mean? Like, it's an intended feature. It's in Call of the Wild too. I do the same thing in Call of the Wild. This is not exclusive to this game by any means. So the collar out, sneak crouching. Now listen to my feet though. It's subtle, but you can hear it, right? And there's like a crunch, a step, right? You can also do like a slower move with the collar out, right? PC can't do that, right? So you get the bonus with the collar out. However, this can be done with iron sights or scopes. It doesn't matter. When you ready your gun and you're in the ready position, it's like you're really stalking. You're in stock, like I'm a hunter and my gun is ready and I'm ready to shoot. Like, I must be close to the animal. The hunt, like the stalk is on, right? You're not putting your gun down by your side. You're 100% ready. When you're crouch sneaking, if you just apply slight pressure, never mind the glitchy arm, which is another thing they gotta fix. This is an extreme example. Listen to my feet. There's absolutely no noise. Right? This is an extreme example. I would try to go a little bit quicker. Right? Now the reason it's a skill is because if I fuck up and I push too hard, listen. It's no better than the collar. It's no better than having the collar up. It makes a little bit of noise. It'll get you close. It'll get you close, and generally speaking, it'll get you close enough that you can use just about anything. The only thing is that if you're approaching a tree line and they're right behind the tree line and you're doing that, they're going to hear you. There's a bubble that they're going to hear you. Right? So people that think it's an exploit just don't realize that we're being extra slow, extra cautious. You can do it standing too. This is a standing variation. Right? But typically I would use crouch because there's a bigger region that you can be quiet, because you're getting your modifier, your stealth modifier to your noise, right? So like, they may tweak it, they may make it so that you start making noise, even if you're moving like this, right? how they would do that, I'm not exactly sure, like, because that would kind of destroy the whole purpose of moving slow, right? But at the same time, it would also destroy the integrity of the game. Like, people think I'm exploiting and I'm destroying the integrity of the game. No, the people that think it's an exploit are the ones that are destroying the integrity of the hunting experience. Because when we get bows, we're going to want to be able to sneak and be able to sneak up to animals, right? You don't want to be stuck trying to shoot a bow at long range because you can't ever approach an animal if they're in cover or whatever. And most people, the three things are, get down, Mindy. The three things that people, well, I mean, everybody knows that it's noise, visual, and scent are the three senses that the animals have. And it's in that order because noise is the biggest bubble. Right? Noise is the thing that blows your cover the easiest and at the longest distance. So the best way to hunt is to limit the amount of noise that you make, so that that bubble is reduced, that they can't hear you. And by doing that, you can get closer. So the noise is the biggest thing, and you can directly affect that. You can't really affect scent other than coming at a different angle. But if the scent is blowing that way, you can't change that. That's a hard variable that, well, that approach is just messed. And the reason that it's visual second, and the animals are pretty dumb when it comes to like visual senses, they'll just see you as a moving bush if you're moving slow enough. Right, and it won't really trigger them. And that's where I hope that they make the tweak, that they'll be a little bit smarter if they do look at you and are alert to something awry, that they'll be like, no, that's not a bush, right? And that will make it even harder to do what I'm doing, but it won't eliminate it. And the third one is scent, and this one's the least important, simply because scent does not spook. Scent will simply make the animals turn away and walk away from you. So scent is the least important of them all. Now, in the real world, I believe scent to be way stronger than what it is in the game. And scent will be one of the first things that will alert an animal, and they will get the hell out of dodge or just move away well before you can even see them. So realism-wise, I think that it could be, like, I would want another difficulty level where if the scent is blowing that way, they most definitely are going to smell you well before you can even get a decent shot, and they're already gone. Right? You might not even see them because they've already been alerted to your presence. So I would want, maybe 5 times the scent distance on low wind, like really, really difficult. And I would enjoy that. I would like that. Right? And same with the visualness of it. But at the same time, in real life, I've snuck up on a deer within 10 meters in an open field, right? So if they want to tweak the noise, they should tweak it only on certain terrain meshes, like in forest squares. Maybe make it really hard, really, really hard, right? It's already pretty hard, right? But make it really, really hard, make me really sweat to be able to sneak up through a forest. Because in real life, when you're going through a forest, there's a lot of branches, there's a lot of things that can make noise. It's really hard to be quiet, right? And that's one aspect that they could improve on and would bring more realism to the game, right? Because right now I can use this technique no matter where. Like, there is a modifier to the terrain mesh, but it's just not enough to really screw things up. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, I hope that helps you understand the game a little bit more. There's two camps, right? There's people that say I'm exploiting, which I think are absolute retarded people, and then there's people that are like, well, it's like skill based, like he is being really careful and stealthy, like he's sneaking really well, he's a ninja. Like I said, if it's so easy, if it's an exploit and it's so easy, that's not the way I play the game. Well, go and try it, go and do it. And now I await your video of getting close to something, and do it. And while you're at it, do it at night with no HUD, iron sights, right? Like, you try it and tell me how successful you are at it, right? Like it's an open challenge. And I'm not saying nobody else can do it. Everybody's capable of picking up the skill and learning how to do it and being like quiet and doing night hunting. And without this, night hunting is completely screwed. You better get some night vision goggles, because that's the only way you're going to be night hunting, and you'll be taking longer shots, right? Like, you will be completely screwed for night hunting. And so it's like I can't see them. Like they may make tweaks to it or whatever, but they're never going to remove it completely. It's a game mechanic. Being quiet is part of the game. It's part of hunting. Like it's just, I don't know. I wonder if some of these guys actually are like hunters in real life, and if they are they even any good at it? Like are you a bad hunter or are you a good hunter? You know, are you shooting people in the face by accident because you're like fucking Dick Cheney? Well, you're on PC, right? If you're on PC, you don't have an analog axis. You cannot press W half. You can't hold W halfway on. Like, it's impossible. You have a digital key. It's either on or off, right? So you can only move at a set speed. Where an analog axis, you have a gradual control over the speed. And that's where the uproar is. And now there's the argument that you could say, okay, PC players playing on keyboard, and I mean, don't get me wrong, PC can do this, but they have to plug in a controller, right? They have to plug in a controller, and that's just a limitation on the chosen way that you want to play the game is a limitation that you're imposing on yourself. Keyboards were meant for typing in, Word documents and stuff. It was never intended to be a gaming device. Now, that's not to say that they don't work great for like games and stuff, but unless you have analog WASD keys, which there are some keyboards that are adopting that now, right? Innovation in the keyboard industry kind of like stopped when they got rid of the buffer overflow for holding more than 3 keys. Like that's as far as keyboards have innovated in 40 years, right? And now they're just starting to come out with WASD, and sometimes you get the little keypad type things for first-person shooters that have like a little analog stick on it, and that's why they exist, right? There isn't too many games that leverage the fact that there's analog movement, but in a hunting game, it's 100% should be part of the game, right? That's one of the highlights of a rich movement system of game design, right? Like to remove it is stupid. Now, you could make the argument that, okay, well, keyboard can't do it. Well, give me a button to do it. Or let me use my mouse wheel and set my velocity, and now I move at that speed. And my argument against that is now it's unfair to the console players because I can make a mistake with an analog stick, right? I can push too hard or slightly too hard and make a noise and blow the whole thing. I make it look easy. I assure you, it's not as easy as some people, I can show them, and they still don't know how to do it. They still can't do it. It's a skill, right? Being gentle with an analog stick is a lot harder than pushing it all the way. It's way more tiresome. It's way more difficult. Being gentle is way harder than being rough with it, right? Finesse, right? Dexterity, it all plays a factor, right? So you have to be good with the stick, right? You can't just be picking it up for the first time and saying, "Oh, I'm a master," right? It takes years and a lot of experience, at least some experience with it to really start to understand that that's the benefit. I mean, this is why analog sticks were introduced on consoles long ago, right? Like Brave Fencer Musashi on PlayStation, right? Was one of the first games to leverage the fact that it had analog movement. I mean, it's been around for a while. Now, if you put it on a button, well, now it trivializes it, right? Now, all I have to do is hold a button, and they're never going to hear me? Now the game's like easy mode. Like, now it's too easy, right? Now it's not a skill. So, like, I don't want it on a button on a controller. I don't want it a button on a keyboard, right? I want it to be left alone as an analog axis, right? And you can look at it this way. If you were playing a racing game, and you didn't have the same degree of control because you chose to use the arrow keys, and somebody else was using the wheel and pedals, right? Is it fair to say to the wheel user that we have to dummy down the experience because my keyboard can't steer the car as good as your wheel? That's absolutely ridiculous, right? So look at it that way. So most of the people that I played that are playing it on PC
have plugged in a controller because they realize now the benefits to having an analog stick for movement. And they're still using keyboard and mouse, right? They're still using keyboard and mouse. They're only using the analog when they need to ninja, when they need to get close, because it gives them the finer degree of precision. And there's another guy that's working on trying to get it to work on keyboard by either tapping the W or trying to figure it out. And I believe, and Fast said that it's an exploit, it's unintended because, you know, he's only moving a little bit and then stopping and then it's not triggering the noise. That's bullshit too. I don't think that that's correct at all, because if that were the case, right, if it was unintended, right, tapping W on a keyboard should work then, right? Because tapping W is doing something and stopping it before it does it. And now Buddy said that he can do it, he can replicate it, he got to within, you know, X amount of meters doing it on keyboard. But I feel like he's just getting to the normal range that you could get by doing just a sneak move when you're crouched with the collar up or your gun up. Like there's that's going to get you really pretty close. But that extra little bit that I'm doing is the like small amount of deflection in the analog stick. Right? So what people are failing to understand is that even if you eliminated what I'm doing, I can still get close. I'm just not finishing up that last 30 meters, right? I'm not getting that much closer, right? So you even if they got rid of it, it's not going to stop people from getting close to animals. Like, it's still going to happen, right? So, like, I'm still going to do what I do, even if they applied some type of fix to it, even if I'm wrong, and it is like some type of exploit, right? Which I 100% don't believe that is an exploit at all. I can do it in Call of the Wild, right? People say in Call of the Wild that the noise meter doesn't work, it's bullshit, and blah, blah. Like, these people are the most uninformed I've ever seen. Like, for 7 years, people haven't realized that putting your gun up and gently walking can be 0 on the noise meter? Like, really? And even if they accidentally did it, they believe that that's 0 on the noise meter actually isn't 0. So, like, the indicator's not telling you the truth. It is telling the truth. It's the same way I hunt coyotes in it. I call them in, they move up. If I don't have a line of sight, what do? I say, oh, well, shit, I can't shoot it because as soon as I move, it's gonna spook. Now I'm just screwed. I gotta sit in the bush and hope that it just comes my way or something, right? Or you can put your pistol or whatever you're using to hunt with, you can put the pistol up like you're in the ready stance, and you can slowly move to the side of the coyote, and it doesn't spook because it doesn't hear you and it's not looking at you, and then pop it, right? So it's a mechanic that isn't just in this game. And I'm just amazed that, well, actually, to be honest with you, I knew that people would. That's why I shouldn't have told anybody, right? Because you're gonna hang me up on the tree, you know what I mean? Even though it's not really something to be like, nobody wants to hear that they're playing the game like somebody else is doing something different than everybody else that's doing watering holes or sitting in tree stands or sitting in the hunting stands, right? Like, that's the way to play the game. You have to sleep, spam, and then wait by the watering hole. It's like, no. Or I can go comb the forest, being quiet, listen for calls, and react to what I'm hearing and what I'm doing, right? Like, it's just, I don't know. Anyways, that's the end of my rant. Hopefully that helps you out and explains the situation a little bit for you, right? Yeah, I mean, it is implemented on PC. You just got to use an analog access. It doesn't have to be a controller. It could be a thumb thing on one of the speed pad type things. You don't there are ways to do it on PC, I'm sure, and you can get in most of the way on PC. You just can't do that final little bit, right? And I agree that I wish that there was a way to allow it to and fairly put it on keyboard or mouse, but I can't really see a way to do that, right? Because of the limitations with the digital keys. The only way that I can see it working on keyboard is if you actually bought a keyboard that either has a thumbstick or it has the analog WASD, and they do exist. They're just not widely adopted, right? But the argument with that is like, well, it's a shame that they're not widely adopted, because if they were, you would get more rich movement in upcoming and new games. Otherwise, we're going to be stuck with the on and off and the digital, right? That we're just going to not ever have a rich movement system in a game because people want to be tied to an old technology, right? Like, you can make the argument that the mouse is a better aim device, and I'd be like, oh, that's debatable, but okay, I can agree with that, right? But you can also make the argument that an analog stick is far better for movement versus a digital, and I would agree with that. You can be like, that's debatable, but I'll agree with that. But can you type as good on a controller? Hell no, right? It's definitely easier to type when you have the keyboard in front of you, right? So it's like all these control methods have pros and cons to them, right? A controller can have force feedback. Try putting force feedback on a mouse. Who wants their mouse to shake off their desk, right? Nobody wants that. The whole point is that you have the precision, right? But the controller has that ability to have that tactile feedback, that haptic feedback, right? And that's one of the pros to having a controller, right? And a lot of the PC crowd don't really realize that. Like, that's part of the experience, and that's part of the reason why I like playing on console, because it has features like that, right? And PC has to also realize, and I'm a PC gamer too, right? Like, I have a gaming computer, I play RTSs on it, I play shooters, I play everything on it, right? I just choose to sit on my couch and play on my big screen television with my Dolby Atmos, right? And and PC can also do exactly what I'm doing. It's just they have to shed this like elitism with like, I have to use the keyboard because that's all I know, and I'm not versatile, and keyboard can be just as good. It's like, no, keyboard is a digital button off or on. Digital buttons have been out of style for like games since the PlayStation era, right? Since the introduction of analog sticks, right? So like, to me, it's just time to upgrade, just like you would upgrade your video card or upgrade, like, time to get some better tech, right? And stop holding back games, right? Because it does hold back games when like 90%, it's not any one person's fault. I mean, it's just the way it is. But when the adoption rate of these keyboards with analog WASD are so low, like, it really makes game developers go, well, we could put a really good, cool mechanic into the game, or a good system into the game that would be like really good. I mean, you could have variable noise based on how hard you're pushing the stick, and animals could sense when you're making too much noise. Or we can just make it so that it's like 3-set, the crouch sneak mode, and like that's just gonna work all the time. And once you know that once you're in a certain range, you just have to do the crouch sneak, and now you can go up and tickle their bum holes, right? And it's like, that's not skill. That kills the game for me. But yeah, I wish there was a way that they could fairly implement it off a controller onto the keyboard. But I cannot think of a way that you can. I mean, maybe if you had it so like when you hold it a certain length of time and then stop, it would reset a counter so that you could like almost like you're taking one step and stopping, and taking another step and stopping, and taking another, I mean, if they could implement something like that, I could see that being, because then it becomes a skill. You got to get a certain rhythm, or you have to make sure you don't hold it too long, right? And it's possible that I'm wrong, and that is actually possible on keyboard right now. I don't have a way to test that, right? So what I need is PC players that have the technique, that have done it on controller, especially, that they understand what exactly needs to be done, and can get a result, and then try it with the keyboard. And if they can get the same result, then what I'm saying is completely incorrect. And I'd be the first one to admit that, what I was saying is incorrect. PC can do it, right? But, and you get people that are hard-headed that are like, that's not the proper way to hunt. That's how you hunt. That's not how I hunt. It's like, well, why are you taking away the way that I would hunt like that in real life, right? Like why would you, like, I don't understand this. Like, I have one dude from Germany calling me a bum because I was using iron sights. Like, this isn't Call of Duty. And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, using iron sights is like the most skillful. It's giving more odds to the animal, right? Like, it's one of the more skill. Like, by that reasoning, using muskets or you know, the what the hell are they called? Can't even think. The muzzle loaders. Using a muzzle loader or using a compound bow, or not a compound, traditional bow is somehow like less of hunting, when reality of it is that the most manly way to hunt, right, is also the worst way to hunt. Go figure, right? The worst way to do something is also the truest, the most purest way to do something, right? So it's like you're giving odds to the animal and giving a fairer chance to the animal. So why would you, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, you got it backwards, right? Having a high powered scope and having pinpoint accuracy, right? Hey. Yeah, sorry. I mean to yell at you, but sometimes the kids get a little out of hand. Yeah, but the problem with doing that is that it removes all skill from it, right? Like, if you enter ultra sneak mode, which is technically putting up your rifle, right? So you can almost make the argument, well, ultra sneak mode is in there right now. All you have to do is put your rifle up, right, and crouch sneak, right? And that's ultra sneak mode. It's undocumented, but it's there, right? And you could do that on PC, right? The only thing that I'm doing differently is not moving at full capacity at that speed. And that right there, like, even just knowing that putting your rifle up and crouch sneaking is really quiet, it opens up way different ways to hunt. So even if they nerf what I'm doing, I'd still be doing that, and I'd still be getting within range, and I'd still be doing the same shit. You get what I'm saying? So if they do remove what I'm doing, and they say, well, that's half press is an exploit, it won't stop me from doing what I'm doing. I'll still do it, right? And they're not ever going to get rid of the ultra sneak hidden mode, because that is part of the game. That is a system mechanic. But it's already in the game, is what I'm saying. You can do it on PC. The only aspect that you're missing is the thing that can only be done on an analog stick. And it's not my fault that it can only be done on an analog stick, right? It's your choice is to use a keyboard. Well, then your limitation is based off of your choice of peripheral, right? Just like I wouldn't have a clutch pedal if I didn't have pedals in the wheel, right? Now you can say, well, you put it on a button, right? But no matter what, it's never going to be an analog axis, right? Your gas pedal will never be able to be as you can't hold it at. I want to rev the engine at this many RPMs. You can't hold a button to do that, right? Like, that's why controllers, even beyond having like analog sticks, have analog trigger buttons that you can hold a certain amount, right? Before analog shoulder buttons were a thing, I used to use the right analog. I still do in racing games. I use the right analog for gas and brake, because then you can apply only half throttle. You can feather speed way, but you don't have to actually even feather at all. You can just hold a consistent speed through a corner and then accelerate out, and not go from from 0 throttle to 100, you're going from like 50% throttle to 100. So you're able to use more of the car's grip, right? You're able to maintain speed through a corner where if somebody was feathering, they would be actually, I mean, it's a similar technique, but it's not quite the same. Because going from 0 to 100 throttle is going to change the dynamics of the car, right? Like it's like you're using no grip for acceleration, then you're using 100% throttle, so now you're using more grip than maybe what is required. So a good player would be able to use analog to go faster around corners. I mean, I know this is not a racing game, but I'm just saying that these are things that are inherent to an analog axis. It doesn't have to be a stick, it just has to be an analog axis, right? Same with when I play Flight Sims, DCS World on the computer. I have a HOTAS with rudder pedals, right? I would not expect them to ever really create it's doable. You can still fly with a keyboard, right? Is it good? Hell no, right? And they can't really make it as good as it is to have an actual joystick. Like, it's just impossible to do. It's a limitation with they have to basically make like a virtual stick, that the keyboard is now moving a virtual stick. But what if you want to do a sudden movement? It's really hard to do that with a virtual stick, right? You can use a modifier key, you can do certain things. So basically what they need to do, if they really want to make it like really good on PC for a keyboard, they would have to like model a virtual stick, that when you're pressing keys, you're moving a virtual stick, right? And it slowly, gradually goes up and down towards a direction. And I cannot see them going that in depth. I mean, the systems devs are done. They're not even working on the game anymore. It's the post-launch team now, which is as fast as probably like undergrads, like cheap people brought in to maintain the game post-launch and to fix up like things that were missed by the actual main developers that are no longer probably even looking at this project, right? There's a team brought in that's more novice, that'll maintain the code base and then also work on DLCs, and maybe some people might be left over, but it's a much different team, I'm sure. Probably less experienced. But that's the only way that I can see it, if it's like a virtual stick that you're moving. But that's a huge investment in recoding and refactoring and doing lots of stuff, right? Just keep in mind, you can do like 90% what I showed you. You can do that on keyboard, right? Like, just try crouch walking with your gun up towards a herd and see how far you can get. What's wrong, my love? Sorry, just dealing with my daughter. No, the ultra sneak is putting up your gun and being in the ready pose. Like, that is the ultra sneak. Like, that's in Call of the Wild 2. You can do it with any equipment, but the gun is the biggest modifier because you're just ready. It's probably to simulate that you're ready to make a kill, or that you're trying to reposition slightly so that you're in the stealthiest mode. right? It's undocumented because it's just the way it is. It's supposed to be a deep mechanic that isn't broadcast to all the players that you're supposed to figure out. It's supposed to be murky, right? It's not supposed to be like, hey, raise your gun and you'll be extra quiet. Because as soon as you tell people that, you're giving away some of the deepest mechanics of the game. You know what? To be honest with you, I believe that you, like, because from my testing, when the gun gets put down, like when you hit a tree and your gun gets lowered, when I'm holding the same deflection of the analog stick, even though the noise sounds different, I feel like I am being as quiet as with the gun up, but I haven't tested enough to verify to make sure that it's the case. And like I said, this is the same mechanic that's in Call of the Wild. I can load up Call of the Wild and I can show you exactly what I mean if you want to see it. Right? It also works with the collar up, right? It's a different level of volume, and I think that it's intended. It's intended to have slight modifiers to whatever you're doing with your, and the gun up is the most quiet because that's what you would do if you needed to reposition slightly for a better shot. You take away that, and now suddenly there's moments where it's like, well, you just boned. You're not going to be able to even try to get a better shot. You have to stay still, or the animal's going to spook, and it's like that kind of is, not real either. Like gun up is supposed to simulate like that you're in your ready state. Right, like if I just keep my gun down and just hold. Right? The audio cue sounds like I'm loud. Right? But one thing I learned about this game is that it's very misleading with the sounds too, right? Because like how loud's prone? Because it sounds really loud, right? But how loud is it really? And I don't have true pred, so imagine if I had true pred. So if it's intended that you're only supposed to be able to prone and move up that way using true pred, well, as soon as I get true pred, that's what I'll be doing, right? Like, and you can prone and move at a different speed too. Like, look, not going anywhere, right? But is that as loud as this? I'd say no, because you can hear the thumps when I do this. But if I do this. If I do this, no thumps. Yeah, I don't have true pred. If I had true pred, man, I would be doing some crazy stuffs. I'm sure of it. Like I'd probably be able to crawl right up and tickle their balls. Like this is what I'm willing to bet I'd be able to do. And it's funny that, people are calling me an exploiter and telling me that if I fell through the world, you would definitely prone. It's like, I want to show you something. 1 out of 3 kilometers. 1 out of 5. 1 out of 7. Right? So, the people that are exploiting the glitches in the game are the ones calling the guy that isn't exploiting the glitch in the game an exploiter. Go figure. Right, and I never once said anything bad about the people that were laying on tops of Jeeps and moving, and ultimately, like, I really don't care, because whatever change they make to the game, if they make a change, which I don't even believe that they'll really make a change. Even if they did make a change to the game, I'll adapt, because, like, I'm skillful. Like you seen that I can get within iron sight distance and shoot something. You're not going to be able to take that away from me. Like, I'm still going to be good, no matter what you do. I mean, like I said, I don't even think this is a. Yeah, see, I spooked something there. I knew they were close, but I just didn't know where exactly. I heard something over here when I was talking to you. Oh, hello. I should shoot you, but I'm not going to. Right, and the thing is, the Discord is full of people that just aren't in the know, right? Like, I said I was doing my Yeah, but see, I'm not going to do that. When I fall through the world, I just don't do that. I've already fallen through the world. If I wanted to cheat myself of the experience of earning true cred, I could have already done it, right? And people say, well, I bet you're going to lay prone when you fall through the world. It's like, no, I'm not. Like, I don't exploit the game. I play the game right. I play it as the way it was intended to be played, right? And that's why it's really rich to call me an exploiter, right? Like, because I'm not exploiting the game. I'm playing the game well, and people can hate on me for being a notorious ninja. That's fine. I get mad jollies off of that. Like that, I couldn't be happier that people are in an uproar about it. I mean, I literally am a grass ninja in every game I play. I mean, I go look at my streaker series on my YouTube and see how unorthodox I play the old Call of Duties, and how I get the top streak by doing like the most weirdest thing that you've ever seen anybody do. Like people say, oh, campers suck, or campers, right? What I was doing is a skill of it like a whole different breed of type of play, right? That is basically a grass ninja. I mean, I've always got my jollies off of doing things that were against the norm, or to come up with some ways to like play the game that is unhidden to most players. Like, that's where I get my enjoyment out of games. I don't get my enjoyment out of killing animals in this game. I get my enjoyment out of stalking the animals in this game. Like, the kill is the end, right? Everything that leads up to the end is still fun to me, right? And most people are like, I only want 5 stars. I'm going to sit at a watering hole and I'm just going to sleep spam. And that's how they get their enjoyment out of the game. And that's fine. If I was the game designer, I would limit that ability to do that. I would nerf that to the ground. It's a single player game. If that's the way that you want to enjoy it, and that's the way the devs have the game, then by all means, right? But like, I'm not going to tell you how to play the game, right? And it's just, sneaking is a big part of the game. Like, that's part of hunting in real life, right? Like, when they add bows and pistols and things that are shorter range, we're going to need to have tools in the toolbox to be able to do it. Like I said, if they do make any changes to it, it's not going to affect me, right? Like, I'm still going to be able to do what I do. Like, I'll find ways to make everything work. And the Discord is completely full of like people that aren't in the know. Like, on the Discord, people would be like, there's all these calls around me and there's nothing around. Like, I just heard a call. I know something's over here, right? Like, you can't, like I don't understand. And people would have you lead you to believe that that's like a lie. Like, and it's like, no, there's something over here. Like I'll prove it right now. I'm just going to sprint towards it, and eventually you're going to hear something spook in the woods. Heard something spook over there. I'm not even convinced that's the herd that I'm talking about. Let's give it a sec so they run away. I mean, I hear spook in the deep woods there, but it could be that they ran through, right? But the thing about calls at distance is they're not pinpoint accurate. The closer you are to the call, the more accurate it becomes. Another undocumented feature, right? Right? The closer you are to the call, the more you can pinpoint it. And if I had markers, I would mark things that I hear off in the distance, and then I'd go for a certain call, and then I'd have the other one marked to come back and check. So there's another call over this way. I mean, I already knew about the way to exploit to get true cred. If I wanted to do it, I could easily have done it. You're talking to somebody that's played the game probably 100 hours since launch. I've seen just about everything the game can do. Bugs and, I mean, I've seen dead animals fall from the sky. I've seen animals disappear. I've seen blood trails disappear. I've you know, fallen through the world prone, fallen through the world fast travel, fallen through the world by reading the map at a cabin. And the bugs really don't bother me. I've also had animals that I lost that I know I lost because I made a bad shot, right? It's not because of vanishing blood, or it's not because I couldn't follow the trail. It's because the blood stopped, because I hit it really high. It's a flesh wound. You can even see it in the blood trails. They thin out until eventually you can tell it's like, this blood's getting real thin, and then eventually you just can't find another mark. It's because it's clotted up. Animals got in the way. That call was extremely long distance that I heard, so it may not be accurate, and I may have even adjusted my path because of the river. I'm pretty sure I did. I think it was more down this way, but... It would have been better if I would have had a marker, if I could have set a marker, because then it would have been more accurate. And because the call was so far away, it could be over to my right a little bit more, it could be over to the left, it could be out in the field. And if they're not in tree line and I've already spooked them, I might not hear them run away. And it's hard to tell if I'm actually running the right way because the marker. Let's take a look. See. Feel like I've run plenty far. So it's probably in this tree line or behind the tree line. It was quite a far call, so. But regardless, even if I don't find an animal, I've already verified that, like, yeah, there's animals the direction that you hear. There you go. So, like, I don't know how much I messed up, and they're probably moving to the right. That might not even be the herd that I heard. There might be another one around that I'm not aware of. But it just goes to show, like, that the calls are very... Oh, do I hear spook? Hard to hear because of the river. And that's why I hate rivers, because it's the most annoying thing to try to listen to noise. River. Anyways, I mean, that's pretty much it. Yeah, no problem. I mean, hopefully it was able to help you and you're able to, you know, enjoy the game more, right? Like, I mean, I'm not doing this to, you know, it was initially supposed to be an inside thing where I only told, like, the people that were really nice to me on Discord. And then when I said, do you know a ninja, they would respond, like, anybody that knew would say, yeah, I know a ninja. Right? But unfortunately, Coops completely destroyed that by talking shit and spilling the beans. And I preambled it always with, don't tell anybody what I'm going to show you. It's to be like, you know, our little secret sauce that, you know, the whole community doesn't, like some of the trolls on there I didn't want to know, right? Like, let them struggle bus. They're idiots, right?
And I was just going to show everybody that was nice on Discord over time. I was just going to show them the technique, and you know, and I was weary of showing PC users because of the backlash. Coobs was a PC user. I made the mistake of thinking that he was cool, but I think one of his friends or his brother or something is one of the trolls one of the people that I hate the most. Right? So, and the thing about Coobs is he messaged me and said, well, you know, like this is like a day later. He's like, I don't know, man, you should be sending out a bug report and sending it to the devs. And I'm like, it's not a bug. I'm not going to waste your time with the bug report for something that isn't a bug. And what Coobs didn't realize is that when I figured it out, I DM'd the dev and had the video and showed him the exact same video that he's saying that I should show the devs. I did that well before, like I said, I figured out your movement system and sent him the video. He ignored my DM, right? And I wish I would have kept the DM open because I could have took a screenshot to prove that I actually sent it. But I mean, in the end, I don't really need to prove anything. He asked Michael if Chameleon Silk sent him a DM and if there's a video in there. You could ask him that, right? And he'll tell you the truth. Right? So it's like, if it's an exploit, why has the dev contacted me directly? If I'm the one that figured out the exploit, I mean, he talks to Fast, he talks to him about the inner workings of the sleep system and stuff, but he don't want to talk to me. It's like, you know, and I think that the devs said what they said to Coobs because there's another issue in play, like that, you know, the visual isn't right, or, you know, something like that, or there's another thing, not that mechanic is completely unintended. And Coobs is taking that as, oh, it's unintended, like he's exploiting. It's like, well, no, he means like the visual ability of the animals in certain cover, or, you know, something along those lines. Or it could be that the dev doesn't know, or the dev is just saying that to shut him up, because the devs don't want to see a big uproar over game mechanics that they can't necessarily change, right? Because it's a system mechanic. It's just in there. To keep the peace. Like, oh yeah, no, that's unintended. Like, yeah, probably not expecting it to be so widely spread and known, right? And it wouldn't be widely spread and known. It's only because of Coobs and me and my big mouth that I wanted to help. You know, I was helping people out, right? You can only take so many. I spook animals at 300 meters. What am I doing wrong on Discord before you feel like, well, you know, here, I'll help you out. I'll teach you the way of the ninja. And, you know, since I've been open with it, I say I'll show anybody. Just have to message me. Just DM me. And I say that on Discord almost daily. And nobody DMs me. So nobody must want to know, you know? Also, yeah, the 243 is enough to chunk a wolf, just so you know. Use a 223. Trying to in the game. sounded like it was from behind me. Mindy, come out of there.